Okay, good morning, everybody.
Morning.
Welcome to the November 8th, 2024 meeting of the University of Rhode Island Board of Trustees. This meeting is being held in person at the Ryan Center on URI's Kingston campus. Some board members are participating remotely. At this time, I will ask Board Secretary Michelle Carreri to conduct a roll call attendance to determine if a quorum is present. Please clearly respond present via WebEx or present in person when your name is called.
Margot Cook,
Present in person.
Armin Sabatoni, Maria Duchamp, Michael Fascitelli,
Present via WebEx.
Charles Fogarty, Joe Formicola, Monica Garnes, Neil Kerwin,
Present via WebEx.
Matthew Lenz, Robbie Luna, David Moderato,
Present in person.
Joseph Matthews,
Present in person.
Courtney Nicolato, Vahid Onjazieri, Jay Plasenzia,
Present via WebEx.
Tom Ryan, Robert Wagan, Mark Palange.
Robert is here.
He is here. I did see him, so,
Get him in a minute.
okay. Thank you. Michael Gray, David Caprio, Christine Bobby, Reva Goyal. We have a quorum.
Okay, I call this meeting to order. So the first order of business, well, actually, let me say, reminder to all members for the benefit of our public audience and the note taker, please clearly identify yourself whenever you comment, make a motion or a second to a motion. Please clearly state yes, no, or abstain for all action items. Board members participating using WebEx are required to keep their cameras on as remote members, and all persons present at the meeting location must be clearly audible and visible to each other. Other WebEx participants are asked to keep their cameras off until called upon to speak. At this time, I would like to acknowledge that the University of Rhode Island occupies the traditional stomping ground of the Narragansett Nation and the Niantic people. I'd also like to welcome Christine Bovey for her first official meeting for the Board of Trustees. Okay, are there any proposed amendments to the published agenda? Okay, thank you. Hearing none, the first order of business then is open forum. In accordance with our bylaws, 20 minutes of today's meeting has been set aside to provide members of the public an opportunity to address the board during open forum. Each person must limit their remarks to 3 minutes or less. The open forum protocol is that board members will listen to each presenter, but will not respond directly to the topics raised or interact with the presenter. So I'm going to hand it over to Michelle, who's going to bring up our open forum participants.
Thank you. Laura Lowe.
Good morning. I'm Laura Lowe. I'm going to speak on the W. Alton Jones campus. Please allow me to explain my relationship with the W. Alton Jones campus. In 1995, I came to Rhode Island as a recent Master's of Environmental Sciences graduate to teach the school programs. I had formerly taught at Antioch College's Environmental Education Center and was looking forward to joining a team of teachers committed to helping students learn about natural history. What I found was amazing. The program at the EEC, that's the Environmental Education Center, was heavily science-based, experiential, and academically oriented. It was unique, not just to the New England area, but singularly devoted to academic enrichment without touchy-feely vibes or activism indoctrination. I spent about 15 years working at the W. Alton Jones campus in various positions, including field teacher, school education coordinator, Woodville Farm and Ecozone Summer Camp coordinator, Women's Wilderness Rhode Island instructor, and leading Whispering Pines Conference, nature hikes, and executive action team building. The breadth and diversity of the populations who were reached through programs on the campus has given me a deep appreciation for the impact the campus has had on the wider community. Teen Institute reached at-risk populations from Providence. Diabetic children were able to have a safe summer camp experience. Grieving children could find the healing power of nature. Parents of autistic children could find support. Businesses could retreat to the Rhode Island wilderness to build trust and connections. And most importantly, countless school children could access the forest and wetland ecosystems with teachers who had a unique skill set to learn about science in a hands-on way. Children have this funny way of growing up. They become doers and decision makers in the world. If they do not understand nature, if they cannot identify a scarlet oak from a maple tree, or a predaceous diving beetle from a whirligig beetle, or spotted salamander eggs from toad eggs, then the likelihood of being able to love or at least appreciate the overwhelming beauty of our natural world is diminished. We protect what we love. We appreciate what we understand. I currently teach an ecology class for high schoolers. I teach at Casey Farm and lead hikes for Women's Wilderness. People ask me if the W. Walton Jones campus will reopen. Even my doctor is dismayed that it hasn't reopened. His 16-year-old never got her 6th grade trip, something the rest of his older children enjoyed. Please reopen the W. Walton Jones campus to environmental education programs so that school children here in Rhode Island and beyond can once more have access to this vital piece of education. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have Anthony Burnett Testa. I believe he is here remotely. Anthony?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good morning. My name is Anthony Burnett Testa. I'm a teacher at Cole Middle School in East Greenwich and a former field teacher at the W. Alton Jones campus. I'm here this morning with a class of my 8th grade students. For them, this is a civics lesson on how to be heard. In this case, by those who may be on the verge of making a decision that would directly affect them and those like them for generations. That decision is the future of the W. Alton Jones campus. Teachers like me and schools like this teach many things well, but traditionally, we relied on Alton Jones and its 55-year history of programming for an immersive, overnight, environmental education experience for our students. Why? Because it was powerful. One school that I worked with did an annual survey of graduating seniors that asked them to name the most impactful part of their K-12 experience. The most frequent answer was their trip to Alton Jones. That school was from Wellesley, Massachusetts. You see, in addition to serving students in every community in Rhode Island, including Block Island and inner city schools from Providence, Alton Jones was also sought after by many powerhouse communities in Massachusetts, including Wellesley, Lexington, Arlington, Weston, Melrose, Edgartown, and Oak Bluffs. Like Rhode Islanders, these communities believed that their future business leaders, scholars, politicians, and decision makers benefit from an immersive environmental education experience to help shape their worldview. I think URI underestimated the impact of Alton Jones and the importance of its mission. Given today's environmental challenges, it seems like URI would want to strengthen its environmental education opportunities, not diminish them. While I'm sure that I can take these students in front of me to another program, I already know that those programs can't hold a candle to the quality programs at the W. Alton Jones campus. Give these students in front of me the opportunity their peers once had. Reopen the W. Alton Jones Environmental Education Center. Thank you, and I'll see you with more people on February 13th.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have Tom Leard. Tom, I believe you're online.
Yes, I am. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Great. Good morning. My name is Tom Leard of Reading, Massachusetts. Excuse me. I want to thank you for affording me this opportunity to speak today about a place that has shaped my life profoundly, the W. Alton Jones Environmental Education Center. I first attended summer camp at Alton Jones in 1987, returned every year, often twice until 1997. I then joined the summer camp staff from 98 through 2008, working in many different program areas and coordinating the Teen Expeditions program for 4 summers. Through all these different positions and changes, the campus never changed. I still envision driving in on the pine tree lined entrance road, past the Woodvale Farm, and onto the Environmental Education Center. The fields, forest, lake, and wildlife were such an integral part of teaching and living in an environment that many today do not get to experience. When faced with the worldwide pandemic in 2020, the university had to make a difficult but necessary choice to shutter the W. Alton Jones campus. This was a time in our history that will not soon be forgotten, though recently I feel that the campus has been forgotten. The Environmental Education Center has always been a rare resource for children and organizations across our region to utilize as a place to reconnect with nature and each other. Even though I was only involved with the summer programming, the school year field teacher naturalists were second to none, so I feel confident in speaking to their impact on the local school children and the lessons that they delivered during the school year. As technology and social isolation increase, we need places like W. Alton Jones more than ever. I realize that managing a facility of this size requires resources, and I encourage us to explore creative solutions, such as separating the Whispering Pines Conference Center from the Environmental Education Center on budget line items, to show the Environmental Education Center's potential for self-sustainability. With careful planning and vision, I believe that the Environmental Education Center at the W. Alton Jones campus can once again serve as a valuable part of the University of Rhode Island's legacy. Now, as a father of a 12 and 5-year-old, I want my children to experience the same friendships, challenges, and growth that I did. I would sign them up tomorrow if the Environmental Education Center were to reopen. I urge you to take the steps needed to bring it back to life, for children in our region to explore, learn, and thrive as I did almost 40 years ago. Think big. That's what W. Alton Jones taught me. I trust you will too. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
And the last person who signed up today for open forum is Doug Taylor. Doug, I believe you're online.
Yeah, I'm on via WebEx now. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation. Good morning to everyone. I was an FTN at URI Alton Jones from 1992 to 1996. I'm also an alumni. I got my master's degree there during that time period as well. And looking back, thinking about a time when I went to a reunion of field teacher naturalists after I had graduated and left there. And I was talking with some of the current FTMs at that time. One of them came up to me and she said, "Oh, are you Doug?" And I said, "Yes." She turned to me and said, "You have gone down in history." What she was talking about was the fact that when I was at URI Alton Jones, I specialized in creating, inventing classes, curriculum, educational materials, and games and activities to expand the curriculum there in ways that have never been done. And I feel very good about that because I was able to inspire other teachers to go on and do the same thing. And inspiration is just what I want to take a minute to talk about right now. One day when I was walking through the building, the education center, passing by the library that was in one of our rooms, there was a book on the floor and it said something about inspiring students through nature. It was just lying there, just happened to be passing by and I saw it. And I thought about it, I said, you know what? That is what I'm doing. I'm inspiring students to become interested in nature and science. And there was something that happened that kind of emphasized the importance of this. There was something on the radio where they were talking about how there was an issue that faced the Supreme Court. And it was something that was important to me. I don't need to go into the details, but they said the issue passed the Supreme Court because of justices that were elected thanks to some poll workers people who were working to register people to vote to elect a president who would then go on to nominate these justices. So what was happening was someone who I didn't even know years ago was taking action that would eventually have a beneficial effect on myself as I viewed it. And that's what I thought I was doing with the students at URI. I used to get letters from students that would tell me that after they saw my astronomy room, I had made a room where I had glow-in-the-dark stars in the form of constellations, and I would educate the students about them and then go on night hikes. And they said they wanted to become an astronomer after they experienced my room. And I got letters from students all the time about that, just like that. And I just remember thinking, this is going to be the most important professional accomplishment of my life. Those same students that wrote me those letters telling me they wanted to become a scientist or whatever when they grow up after experiencing some of my activities and classes are now the ones that are doing the research, that are inventing the technologies and making the discoveries that are going to do all kinds of things that will help humanity, especially helping us avert potential global climate disaster by thinking of new energy technologies that will reduce carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, allow us to avoid fighting Mideast oil wars or transferring our wealth to oil producing nations, to allow us to then redirect that wealth to every good cause known to the human race. More funds for cancer research or anything that we need if we don't need to spend more money on foreign oil for our energy. Technologies like this will help humanity. And it's because the FTNs were in a position to inspire those students to go on and do the work that needs to be done to help save this world in the future, that we were in that unique position to be able to do that, to mold the minds of some young minds. And this is why I think URI
Thank you, Doug.
inexpressibly important. What we do in life echoes in eternity. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. We're not here to respond to the comments, but I just want to say that it's not lost on the board that we've gotten a number of responses to Alton Jones, and we are working on what we can do with the property. And I don't want to get more into that. And Abby will talk to the board about that today. But I appreciate the responses that we're getting from the public. And I think it's important that we acknowledge that it's the second meeting in a row that we've had a number of people come forward on it. So I appreciate that. Okay, we are now going to move on. Do we have anybody else?
No one else has signed up.
All right, so I'd ask those of you to sign off that came to us for the open forum. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so the next item on the agenda is report of the chair. So good morning, everybody. Hey, Vahid. So I had 3 topics that I wanted to update the board on that have been ongoing efforts that I think it's good for us all to be on the same page around. So the first one is the URI Foundation search. I talked about this a little bit at the last meeting. So if we all recall, Lil is here today. Hi, Lil. Lil is going to be retiring at the end of December. And I am co-chairing the search with Sandy Perillo, who sits on the foundation board. She's been terrific. The search committee consists of Armand, Barb, Jen Riley, Ray Williams, who chairs the board, Al Varecchia, and of course, Sandy. And I would say it's going well so far in that we've hired a recruiting firm, Aspen Leadership. We are working on a prospectus or a job description. We've gotten a lot of cooperation from both the foundation itself and from the university. And I think what we will see, I'm optimistic that we're going to get a lot of really good candidates. And a lot of that is because of the work that Lil did has really gotten us into a good position. And because the word on the university is out and it's, getting number one by the Wall Street Journal, which I will say 10 more times today, is really helpful. And Aspen is telling us that we're in a really good position. So we haven't seen any candidates yet. We're just kind of getting it going. But I think we're in a good spot to take the foundation to even higher heights. And because we've done the work of, and Mark has done the work of a strategic plan, and that really helps helps candidates to know that we're serious about this and they can envision how we're envisioning the future. I think we're in a really good spot. So I'll keep you updated. It's just getting going, but I'm optimistic that we have a good search committee. We have a good recruiting firm. And Lil is leaving us in a good position to find excellent candidates. The second is on the medical commission. So as you know, we're the state under the Senate president asked us to form or formed a commission so that we can study whether we should have a medical school. And that we had the second meeting, I think it was last week. Armin's on that, Barb, a number of terrific people from the university. Mark co-chairs it. And it was, I thought in particular, this meeting was really interesting. We, of course, are going to start a feasibility study. I think Mark can give an update on that, but we're issuing an RFP so we can hire somebody to do that feasibility study. I think that'll be really interesting. But we had a particularly good presentation from a URI graduate. His name is Eugenio Fernandez, who was the first quad major at URI. So 4 majors, which I mean, I had trouble with 1. So I don't know how he had 4. He is the son of Cuban immigrants. He lives in Providence, and he started a company called Asthenis Pharmacy. And what it does is it takes all of the things that he has studied, from pharmacy to, he's got a number of things that he has brought together. And he's using this approach that is often used in Europe, where instead of going to your primary care physician, you go to the pharmacy first, and they can solve a lot of problems so that you don't have to go to the doctor. And what happens with primary care physicians today is, as we're learning, is that there are very few of them, and fewer. There's not great economic incentive to become a primary care physician, but even the ones that exist have no capacity. And so if you can form these ways of taking the capacity and putting it into the pharmacy, and it's kind of like what CVS did with their minute clinics, but this guy was so impressive and so inspiring, and it's gotten me thinking about how could we do this potentially. And I haven't really gotten into detail with Barb and Mark on this, but it really seems like an interesting model, so that there could be some, if we get to the end of this road and we decide a medical school is not the right way to go, or and we have no view on that yet, this is an interesting model to alleviate the capacity issues that we have, and a way to approach helping care for Rhode Island citizens that can't get into a primary care physician. And URI has all the ingredients. We have every ingredient to weave this together: nursing, pharmacy, health sciences. So what the bigger picture is, there's a lot coming out of this commission beyond just whether we should have a medical school. It's really surfacing, I think, some interesting ideas that we as a university could take the lead on. And then the third thing I wanted to talk about is we had as corporate partnerships is the big picture, but we had a really interesting meeting at Hasbro last week, where Hasbro is, as I think we all know, is thinking about leaving the state and moving to Massachusetts. And big part of that is attracting talent, human capital. And so we met with the CEO, the head of human resources, their chief people officer, their head of communications, and their head of real estate. And I thought the meeting was fantastic. We had Anthony Marchese, Dean of Engineering. We had Sean Rogers, Dean of the Business School. We had Dean Labuti, who did a great job. And what we do this with a lot of companies where we form these strategic partnerships and we're able to partner on capstone projects and research and internships and ultimately employment. And I think that, as with anything, you do it well, we could probably do it even better. And I think we have a lot of cases where we're doing it well. And I think this is an opportunity, and maybe it was just for me, but it opened my eyes that there's a lot we can do here. And we have all of these interdisciplinary ingredients here that companies want. And it may be with Rhode Island companies, or maybe with companies outside of Rhode Island. And ultimately, it leads to better experiences for our students, better employment opportunities. And so we're talking about how we can bring together resources in the Research Foundation, in the Business Engagement Center, and how do we really raise the bar on what we're doing around strategic partnerships? Because ultimately, what we're trying to do is bring employment opportunities to our students, and companies are looking for talent. So I think it was a great example of what we can do repeatedly with companies both in the state and outside the state. So I thought it was a really good showing for URI. I think we surprised Hasbro on what we could offer them. And I think it's something that we can really build on. So I'm going to stop there. Any comments, Armin?
No, I'd just like to, everyone know that on the medical commission, you can go on the internet and pull up Capitol TV and see the three speakers that we saw, firsthand. And as Margot said, there was some really unique ideas out there between the pharmacist and one of the primary care physicians that work out of an urgent care. So to know what we saw, you can see that on Capitol TV.
Thank you. Okay, any comments from the board? Okay, I'm going to turn it over to the president for his report.
Well, good morning, everyone. Good to see all of you here, of course, on this November 8th, and it feels like August 15th, but weather-wise outside, but it is a glorious day. I also want to start like Margot and acknowledge Lil O'Rourke, because actually, Lil, I was thinking formally, this is actually your last Board of Trustees meeting. So I want to thank you and acknowledge really just the transformation and all the support for the university. So thank you. I'll be coming back in to talk a little bit about some of the good work that's been happening with the foundation. I also want to take this opportunity to introduce our brand new Vice President for Human Resources, Becky Hill. Becky joins us from Cornell University, where she was Associate Vice President there for Human Resources. Becky has come very quickly and just integrated seamlessly, I would say, into the community. And I know that everybody is thrilled to be working with you, Becky, and we really appreciate, and lots to do. So that's always good, important. It's been, it feels like it was just yesterday we were having a Board of Trustees meeting. Was it just 3 weeks ago or something? But since then, lots of things have happened. We had a very nice, and I really appreciated Bob Flynn from our Veterans Center, who organized what I thought was a really meaningful Veterans Day, ROTC, Senator Jack Reed. I was really pleased to see our students, and also Tim Gray, who has the World War II museum came and spoke. And so that was really great. Things are busy for faculty, for students. Student Senate, obviously very active. The clubs are going great guns. I just have to brag about one team. The sailing team is now ranked number 9 in the US. Their dream was always to get back into the top 10. So 9 is in the top 10, but we're now shooting top 5. There's a lot of things. We had presentations by the Student Sustainability Club, who are doing great work and very serious work on campus, and good collaboration with our administration and finance team. And then research, and I would highlight some of the graduate and undergraduate research that's going on in the area of pharmacy and chemical engineering. It's been really good. This is Native American Month. We've had a number of celebrations already to kick it off, but serious discussions and really good engagement by both community members, faculty, and also students. So that's been great. We won't all of us have time today, but today on the quad, we have a celebration of our first generation students. I'm really proud of the fact that more than 30% of our students are actually first in family to attend the university. That is part of what makes the University of Rhode Island so significant. And as our chairs of the board said, there's a lot of things going on with the state of Rhode Island. I also wanted to acknowledge our colleagues who came and presented at the start on Alton Jones, and those comments were also appreciated and welcomed. So I'm going to move to the next slide. Yes, I am. So the first, I really want to begin with a warm thank you to all the Rhode Island voters. I want to thank the board for your support, really the community for stepping up, our governor, our Senate president, our speaker, our federal delegation. There was a massive effort to get the bond passed. I really want to highlight, and they're here, Matt McDonald and Lauren Burgess and community relations, Markeisha Minor. I also want to highlight that Thor, I finally did get to see the football team this morning out in the field. I did not advise them about rugby plays, but they made a really amazing video that came out the day before. I don't know how many of you saw it. And the football team really, it was on their own planning, and they did a great job to support. This is really a game changer for us, this biomedical sciences building. And this is really going to accelerate our work in the biomedical sciences. We have a lot of good going on here. There are more than 6,000 students studying some aspect of it. And so for our education and for our research programs, this is a big deal. On the lower left, I do want to highlight that Diane Fannin and Ken Fannin have made a gift quite significant to the Feinstein College of Education to establish a research endowment. Our College of Education prides itself on being not only the best in Rhode Island, but really the best in the universe, College of Education. And we're really pleased with the graduates of the College of Education, the impact that they're having. Barb and I were in attendance. We had a really nice, really moving moment where we had alums who are teachers, who are actually the Rhode Island Teachers of the Year, presenting and talking about what it is to really be a teacher in the state of Rhode Island and how important. The College of Pharmacy had a really classy white coat ceremony, as did the College of Nursing. We had the College of Arts and Sciences held the Christiane Anapor lecture through the journalism department, which is part of the school, the Harrington School. We're really proud of our students who really helped organize that. That was the speaker was Nancy Gibbs. She was former editor-in-chief of Time. She's covered a number of presidential campaigns in her 3 decades at the magazine. But that was, I really thought that our students just did a fantastic job in organizing the day and really interacting and asking good questions. And then I hope many of you got a chance to see some or part of the Guitar Festival. This is something that this year was our 9th Guitar Festival. Now it's Guitar and Mandolin Festival. Adam Levin, who is from our guitar professor from the Department of Music, really organizes. He brings just outstanding people. And more broadly, we've had our symphony was part of it. I think it was perhaps the best concert I've ever been at URI, and it was just a special moment to see the community. I remind so often, and as many of you know, that we benefit so much from having the University of Rhode Island here and just bringing community members as part of the festival. So that was great crowds, great artists. And then finally, we've had and we've been doing this now for some time, ever since Jim Langevin left Congress. He is a visiting scholar with our political science department, and he hosted former U.S. Congressman Adam Kinzinger for a very interesting and enlightening conversation together. So they both did an awesome job. I want to talk about a few issues on campus that are causing challenges and anxiety, which I first of all want to acknowledge. The board regulation on campus and facility use, we've extended, as you know, the comment period to November 15th. We have received a lot of constructive feedback from faculty, staff, and students, as well as outside community members. We will have a group of faculty, staff, and students reviewing the feedback, incorporating into the draft language. And I really appreciate everybody's help on this. I want to acknowledge that it will be improved and clarified. And so I also want to say we're happy to be working with the Faculty Senate and the Student Senate on this. Carrie LaPlante, I don't think is here, the dean, but I just want to say that as many of you may have read earlier this summer, the Rhode Island State Crime Lab identified a non-conformity with lab standards on a single case within the lab's firearms and tool marks section. The lab and the director has done a good job, prepared a corrective action report, and work directly with the Accreditation Board, Commission, and Attorney General's office. The criminalists involved in this particular case have been removed from casework, and the lab is working in close consultation with the Attorney General's office to identify if there are any other firearms exhibits that may require re-examination. So they obviously report to the state commission, but I wanted to mention that too. Okay, I want to, in the last 2 weekends, and I know a number of you, and I saw a number of you there, and I was also appreciated that I saw you bringing family, friends, neighbors. We've had wonderful celebrations for homecoming and family weekend, and really on the alumni side, there was a lot of people coming back, tailgating before a football game, and I think it's part of entering that next chapter of fundraising and alumni relations. So warm thanks to many teams, from student affairs to the colleges to the police department to our clubs to our alums. And again, shout out to the football team. They keep winning, and this could be one of those seasons which we talk about in 40 years' time, like we talk about the 1984, 1985 teams. So again, thanks to well, first of all, the atmosphere set by our athletic director and the head coach, Jim Fleming. We had a number of other alumni events over the weekend. It was fun to have sailing alums come back. Many of them have gone on to become world-class leaders, and the coach of the American Magic at the America's Cup is a URI alum, class of '93. It was great that he was able to come back. I want to highlight on terms of fundraising, these are slides prepared by Lil O'Rourke and Sarah Lebdell and colleagues. So the total amount, so we're entering a new phase now of fundraising is about 10.65 million. I'm sure, Lil, you looked this morning, it's probably somewhat above that, but yes, we are in the stages of closing a very significant commitment that's not included here to support the Fine Arts Center. And I'm really hoping we can build from here on the Fine Arts Center. That is something that, you know, ultimately, we're going to go from 50,000 Rhode Islanders coming a year to see events to, I hope, 150,000 Rhode Islanders. So it's very important. We have a number of other big gifts in the pipeline, including a historic URI gift that I will discuss later. The gift amount is confidential, but I want to make a special invitation that you can attend. I do want to talk a little bit about a very special Rhodey Athletics Challenge, which was held on October 24th. This was really designed to give support to our varsity athlete teams to help them succeed in competition. And we have to do it now because they're performing now or, you know, training now and competing now. So this year we had some 1,733 donors for the athletics. Last year we had 1,691, so that's growing. And last year we raised 1.037 million. This year 1.174. So everything is on the upswing. So a huge thanks and congratulations to Lil. I want to say, Thor, you did a great video, and the coaches and the athletes, it was really fun, and a shout out to the development team of Garrett, Amy, and Chris. Good fundraising. So it was important in many ways. Going forward next year, we've spoken together with Lil. We really want to come back to having the Day of Giving together associated with Quad Fest. We have been doing it the last few years. There's a lot of clubs that actually need the resources and support now. So just like the athletics team. So talking about the student clubs. Oh, by the way, I have to give a shout out to our rifle club, which just started. It's an Olympic sport. I think we're ranked number 3 in the country already. So just to brag about them, and maybe even number 2. Anyway, we beat MIT the other day, so that was really good. Apparently MIT was like number 1, so other things, one of the things that you're always trying to do around fundraising is to be able to draw in more donors. And I note that there were 535 donors who made their first gift to URI through this year's Rhodey Athletics Challenge. So I want to thank all of them. A little bit, now I'm going to talk a little bit about enrollment. As you know, that our single largest source of revenue is actually student tuition, and the largest part of that is undergraduate tuition. As I said earlier, and I'm going to talk a little bit about the new class now, but we have, and I think we'll hear more later, but from Dean, but the first in family, more than 30%. This year's undergraduate class, we're looking at about 50% Rhode Islanders. And as you know, we had record-setting applications. We are going to head-to-head with the other flagship research schools, so the Penn State, Ohio State, Rutgers, Stony Brook, UMass, UConn. There is, a very strong in-state population that joined the university this year. I really want to acknowledge the hard work of the admissions team led by Dean Labudi. We had significant challenges this year due to the rollout by the Department of Education, FAFSA. I hope that by December 1 of this year that it is set up, but many schools are in the same boat. And this has hurt the University of Rhode Island. The impact probably on a generation this year's students who decided not to go to university is also quite significant, and probably some people say it's on the order of the impact of what happened to a group of students that were impacted by COVID, maybe their last year of college or their last year of high school, first year of college. So this is quite important. So what I have here is, and you're going to see, and maybe I'll just stand for 1 second. We put a target. So the important trend is that typically on first year enrollment out of state, we were hitting around fairly consistently around 1,900 students. And you'll notice that we were, relative to our target of out-of-state students, we were a little bit below, and a little bit is actually about 300 students below. So that is quite significant. It's not due to the lack of enrollment teams who are doing 7-day work weeks late in the evening. I'm looking for Dean to just nod his head and confirm everything that I was saying. We really worked hard to really help students that needed help to get through the aid that was necessary. You'll notice in the upper part in the dark blue, we have in-state students, and then in the yellow, we have the out-of-state students, and then the blue, you'll see the total first year class. The next one is actually looking at student transfers. And so I'll just jump, if you can, with your eyes to the last two columns. So in-state transfer, again, thanks to the work of the enrollment team, was incredibly healthy. I want to acknowledge the provost and the provost team on really making sure we have these articulated agreements with the Community College of Rhode Island. So many students do start their first 2 years there and then do transfer to us. You go to CCRI, you take this particular sequence of courses, you will come in and you will be able to continue at URI. So that has been very important for the University of Rhode Island. We actually basically hit our target for out-of-state transfers. A lot of work that went on there. So our total on the transfers was actually up relative to what we had targeted. There's also, and this is a trend that was also seen partially again because of FAFSA, but so this is looking at continuing enrollment. So students that would have been in second year, third year, fourth year undergraduate. So in-state, we were on target. I should say it sounds good that we're hitting in-state targets, but remember that our targets are actually diminishing each year, partially because of the student population and just partially because of the impacts, and we've discussed this before, of the Promise Scholarship, and this year the Hope Scholarship, where students made the option to go to Rhode Island College or the community college when they were actually admitted here to the University of Rhode Island. In terms of out-of-state students, you'll see that we're essentially on target. So overall, I would say that in terms of continuing students, the support of our students is really good. This is also reflected in Margot, just to keep it up, we should mention that we were first in the Wall Street Journal, and they were assessing our graduate student or our graduates, and one of the things that they look at is, do you start at the University of Rhode Island and do you complete your degree? So this is also an important part for the university. Today, as you know, when we have these meetings, we report on key performance indicators linked to the strategic plan. And today we're going to talk about priority 4, which is really the part about powering the university of the future. So this is more on the administrative side. I want to point out that I'm also joined by Vice President Abby Benson here and John Stringer, who will be able to jump in and help out on a number of things. So the first is a little bit about definitions about what we're measuring in terms of strategic priority number 4. Obviously, we're interested in total revenue per student FTE. Okay, and there's a number of aspects that we want to look at. First of all, it's very important for a university to be healthy, to have a proper operating cash flow margin. So you basically are looking at your income, and then you're looking at your subtract your expenses, depreciation, and then you divide that by the total revenue. We have revenue diversity, and this is really relative to the total number of students and total revenue that we have. You want to, as much as possible, you do want to have a diversification, but at the end of the day, you don't want to go bananas and drop out of, say, the most important income, which is our tuition. So we'll talk a little bit more about that. And then finally, revenue per student. Some of this, the revenue diversity, that's something that comes from Moody's, and the revenue per student FTE is something that John Stringer calculates. So or Abby Benson calculates. So please correct me. So here are our 3 measures. This takes some time. I don't have this year's numbers, but what we have is the most recent is FY 23. We have as a baseline FY 21. I should say all the dollars here are measured back to 2020 dollars. John, I'm just looking for nodding. Yeah, thank you. So I'm not saying anything wrong. So our revenue per student FTE is heading in the right direction. We do have a 10-year target of growing that, and that is very important to be able to support all the good work that we want to do at the university. In terms of revenue diversity, we're actually not that far from our target. The reason, you say, well, why don't you put 40%? Again, it's that point that you don't want to, give up something very important. I would love if it did go down because we actually doubled the contribution from the state of Rhode Island tomorrow. That would be wonderful. But these are our targets. I'm going to just show a little bit of the progress on the following slides. And then in terms of operating cash flow margin, you'll see that we're fairly consistent year on year. We have a target of 10%. In terms of revenue per FTE, student FTE, you'll see that it is gradually going up over time. This is where, of course, other sources of revenue, philanthropy is so important, research dollars. So everything gets put into this number. And obviously, the state of Rhode Island is very key. I did want to make a quick comment here that, certainly on the research side, you saw last time the presentations by Vice President Bethany Jenkins going up, and she's really focused on building a supportive research office that's going to help our faculty succeed there. A little bit about revenue diversity. So there was a big drop, not surprising, related to COVID. And so there's a little bit of a rebound that's happening there, but we're quite close to actually what we think is a healthy percentage in terms of our revenue where student tuition should stand. And then our operating margin, you'll see where we go up and down a little bit. We're overall, we're headed in the right direction. And I just want to say, Abby and John, thank you. Is there anything that you would like to add, Abby or John, to this point, or maybe for further, conversation?
Yeah, no, I'll just say, obviously, the operating cash flow margin is an important indicator of health. So it essentially says how many funds do you have to invest in strategic priorities, pay off debt service, things like that. So we're always wanting that number to go up. I do imagine that in 24, with our increase in state appropriations, we'll see that jump up again. Again, as the president mentioned, these are a little bit, we're delayed a year or two. So.
Yeah, thanks, Abby. I want to come back to something that I mentioned earlier. So on Friday next week, November 15th at 10 a.m. in the Welcome Center, I would like to warmly welcome all of you to really what is a historic gift announcement. We hope to gather with elected officials, with alumni, with our community members. This is really a truly historic and momentous gift in the history of the University of Rhode Island. The gift amount, of course, will be announced at the event. So please, if you can, join us. It will be a very happy and festive occasion, and really a milestone that's going to help us continue to move into the future. The other big event that's coming up is on December 14th at 10 a.m. I warmly welcome you to join me, Provost Wolf, all the deans, all the faculty, up on the stage and to celebrate our fall commencement. Last year, we had a little over 400 students that opted to join this graduation ceremony. This year, we're well over 500 students that are going to be joining. They will be graduating from all the colleges, so it's really a university-wide commencement ceremony in the Ryan Center. It is a terrific and moving event, and I hope, I know that many of you came last year, and I hope that many of you can come this year. It's great to have the Board of Trustees on the stage representing, and I think it really sends a strong signal to our students and to our families and friends of our students that you're there. I'm going to finish with this was hot off the press, this photograph. I took this yesterday morning on the Narrow River. This is actually, well, we're upstream a little bit from somebody's house at this point. This is actually the rowing club. The rowing club is growing to about 100 students. I just want to brag for a second again about some of our students that are on these rowing clubs. So it's men and women. Many of them, in fact, most of them did not row in high school, but it's an attractor. It's like, come to the University of Rhode Island, come study ocean engineering, and you can also be on the rowing club. There's a really good relationship between the club rowing team and the varsity women's team, which won the A10 championships this past year. And it was also great to see, both clubs and teams out there. Let me just highlight just a few things. The bond was a big win for the University of Rhode Island and for the state of Rhode Island. The impact is massive, and it's something that I've heard about prior to my even coming here, how important the biomedical sciences were to the University of Rhode Island. We are building momentum on, the Fine Arts Center. Again, thanks to all of you who were able to join. The Bay Campus celebration, the Ocean Robotics building going up. The #1 ranking in the Wall Street Journal. But what I really appreciated that is it reflected our values. They're probably going to change it. I'm sure there's university presidents that are trying to change the criteria, but it really was good. I want to highlight again the record-breaking applications and that, Dean, we have more open houses to come, and hopefully we have good weather. I don't know, knock on wood, it probably starts snowing, but for the next, when is the next one, Dean? Not this weekend, but the following. Okay, that's important, and I hope to see some of you this evening at the men are at home basketball team, 7 p.m. The women are on the road playing Albany. So thank you.
Good. Comments, questions from the board? Mark, I noticed that one of the metrics you put up to go from like 36,000 revenue per FTE to 51, it's a big jump, and it's not anything we've ever touched in the past. So what do you think, like, what's the time frame? And I know we've talked about what the drivers are, but maybe just give us a couple comments on how you see that.
Yeah. So obviously our largest sources of funding are tuition. Part of it is we also want to diversify the sources of tuition dollars. So at the moment, our largest number by far is undergraduate tuition. We really want to grow our professional masters and our online programs. Some of our professional doctorates as well have potential there. So that's one piece. Now that's still tuition dollars. So in some sense, that's not going to help us on that one diversity metric. Maybe we should refine that ultimately and talk about undergraduate versus graduate. We have the opportunity to really grow our research portfolio, the research dollars that are coming into the university. I think there's an opportunity to really support our faculty from across the entire university. Not everybody has enjoyed that support at the university. And so I think I saw Bethany, are you here? Yeah. Bethany and the team in the research office are really reaching out and really professionalizing, I think, how we're going to support the faculty there. I think there's opportunities. This really started strong with the foundation to really grow our connections with foundations that are outside of the university, and really start to put us in positions, that we are Rhode Island's university. And so there's opportunities, I think, that we have actually, perhaps, in the words of Bethany, left on the table, and that we can go and we can compete. A lot of the questions that society is facing right now. And I thought you did, by the way, Margot, really good job there talking about the medical commission, but also the opportunities that are special for us in the health sciences around prevention. So College of Nursing, the College of Pharmacy, the College of Health Sciences. So, rethinking some of these aspects. And then, in general, I think the other aspect is we have a lot of good connections with business in the state. There are many, and I feel it's in different pockets. I'm really looking at how we build community relations in a more coherent way, so that the left hand sometimes knows what the right hand is doing around how we partner with the companies. Companies should want to come to the state of Rhode Island because of the University of Rhode Island. I think we are a big attractor. Certainly, I've seen that historically over the years at other, key public universities that actually draw the companies. But also, I'm really proud of the startups that are coming out of here. And so that's, how do we support that? How do we incubate that? How the early stage startups that are coming out of faculty labs and research groups is very important. But yeah, and I will say there's another strong piece. We are not shy. The state of Rhode Island did step up in the last 2 years to start to support the University of Rhode Island, and change the trend. We will be going back in January. We had 2 weeks ago, Abby, I can't remember, was it this week or last week? Last week, we went up Office of Management and Budget to present what we will be presenting to the state. I am going to highlight that, the state of Rhode Island has made the beginning of an investment in URI, and we deliver. The university as a community has really delivered. There's going to be more really good news coming out in the new year. I don't want to steal all my thunder for then, but anyway, it's all good. Yeah, we are. Maybe I should also mention, we've had a very nice meeting with the University of Connecticut, with whom we've been partnering on. We have the undersea vehicle technology. That's $25 million a year, split 50-50 with UConn. But it's an important, and I think we can grow that. And so with the University of Connecticut, we've actually been looking how we can actually diversify the sources of funds for those faculty. It involves about 40 faculty members at the university, and then of course graduate students and so forth. So those are some of the things we're thinking about, Mark.
All really good stuff. Yep, thank you. Comments, questions? Good, thanks, Mark.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is, we've got two discussion items. The first is, following on Mark's comments on enrollment. We'll have Dean Labouty talk about, the class this year, what it looks like from a diversity standpoint, and, some of the, also some of the challenges that we're facing. Thank you, Dean.
This is the time of year where we always try to give some updates on enrollment. Reason why we use this time of year, for those new to the board, is that actually October 15th is kind of a universal census date for all institutions. And so I want to thank John Stringer, who's here, and others who we begin to unpack a little bit about our students. And so let's go to the next slide, please. All right. Here we go. So as President Parlange said, we had a record number of undergraduate applications. So let's start with that first input. That was over 1,500 applications from the previous year. Now, I say that at a time where the number of high school graduates is actually on the decline nationally. So I'd really like to thank the president. We'd invested in a strategic initiative. Our admission team, Cindy Bond, Becky Mulholland, and others did a really great job pushing that message of the University of Rhode Island well out of New England. And later on today, when I come back to talk to you, we're going to talk more about that. We brought in 35 to 85 new students. Again, you saw from the presidents, our first year students and our transfers. We really pride ourselves in understanding the importance of transfers at the University of Rhode Island. In December and in May, when we graduate students, in colleges, 1 in 4 students, or 1 in 5, depending on the college, actually transferred to the University of Rhode Island. We have robust transfer articulation agreements. Another name to know is a woman named Deb Suggs, who does an amazing job cultivating the importance of students who join us in different parts other than that traditional high school journey. Some highlights tab. We had 297 TD scholars, wonderful partnership between student affairs and academic affairs. 27% of our incoming class were diverse. And the fastest growing group there is Hispanic. And if you remember, for those who've been involved for a while, about 8 or 10 years ago, that number was half that. And so we really are pleased to see that we're enrolling a population that is a microcosm of certainly the state and the world. You heard from the president, 30% of our students are first in family. But another interesting fact is 30% of our incoming students bring in college earned credit from high school. Thanks to dual enrollment, current enrollment, our great connections, and that actually allows our students, close to 10% of our undergraduates actually are able to graduate early, perhaps a semester or a year, and that's such an important factor for families in this economy. We heard about the percent of students from Rhode Island, again, 48%. Other things that are not in numbers. What are the issues of our incoming students? Number one, mental health and wellness. 1 in 3 of the applications I saw, their mental health, their family's mental health, what the challenge has been. That was not even in the top 5 a few years ago, and it's number 1. So we need to understand that as that challenge of when we bring students to our campus community, how do we help them holistically? And there's some great things we're doing there. Number 2 is academic readiness. I don't know if you've been hearing, but high school grade averages are at an all-time high, and students' belief on their ability in the classrooms is questioning based on kind of what's known as the COVID impact of learning loss. We're especially seeing it in math and other areas. And the third one that has always been a top issue for our students is sense of belonging. Will I fit in? Will I make friends? Is this the place for me? And the work that we do on those 3 areas. Next slide, please. Overall at the university, over 17,000 students again, 352. 14,927 undergraduates, and for this number, that includes our PharmD students who were recruited out of high school, 2425 graduate students, 50-50 split on residency, in-state and out-of-state, and then you can see down below, and this is a national trend that you're seeing, 58% of our students identify as female, and then 41% male. Next slide, please. One of the things that this board has asked a lot about is how has URI changed over time? And so this is an interesting aspect from 2008. So let's take that top right graph there and you look at our Hispanic Latino students. And you can see the growth, the tremendous growth we've had at the University of Rhode Island. Now, some of that is certainly a demographic shift. But I do want you to know that we are aggressively working to help provide, for instance, you can come to our information sessions that we'll do in Spanish. We actually have financial videos that is done by Enrollment Services that we've converted into Spanish, and understanding that is a really important population for not only Rhode Island, but nationally. And I want you to see the tremendous growth we have. And so this is just an example, again, over time that you'll see that growth. And when you go back to that first year slide, if you remember, I said that that number was 27%. So each incoming class is about 1% to 2% more diverse than previous year's classes. And again, that is certainly what we're seeing in Rhode Island, New England, and beyond. One thing is the president was talking about KPIs. We actually do have a KPI in diversity, and we have something known as the diversity index. And so basically, if you have 2 people at the University of Rhode Island, what are the chances that they will differ? And the goal is we want to see that KPI grow over time. And so you can see from bachelor's, master's, and PhD, it is on the increase, which connects to what you saw on that previous slide, right? Next slide, please. This is a slide we actually, in the interest of time, we don't have it, but if you'd like to see it over time, just what our enrollment is by college. White is graduate, blue is undergraduate, and our 06 PharmD program is gold. And you'll see arts and sciences at 4576, College of Health is next at 2840, business 2539, Cells is the College of Environmental Life Sciences, engineering at 1576. Non-degree students, whether those are high school students or undergrads or grads taking classes that are non-matric, nursing, education, pharmacy, and then GSO in the grad school. So it shows over time. And if you haven't had a chance to check out the institutional research website, John and his team have done a wonderful job really revolutionizing the data that's available. You can go on the IR website right now and really click through lots of different metrics over time to see the university's overall enrollment and growth. What are our top programs from headcount enrollment? What is the university? And so this just gives you an example. If you look to the left, let's talk about undergraduate programs by headcount. Psychology, number 1, right, at over 1,000 students. Nursing, we know we're a powerhouse. We're well ranked there. We have fantastic interest in applications, and it is a huge workforce need at number 2. Computer science is number 3 at 566. Kinesiology out of our College of Health. Criminology and criminal justice. And if you remember, that program's interesting because that was a new program only about 6 or 7 years ago, to see that adding a need for society, how that comes into a rank as a top 5 program. And then finance, communications, mechanical engineering, marketing, and biological sciences, again, from a top program perspective by headcount enrollment. On the right side, let's look at our non-PhD grad programs. PharmD is number 1. Number two is library and information studies. And I want to point out, when you look at an asterisk next to library and information studies, and let's do the same for Master of Public Administration and dietetics as well, the fact that these are in our top programs are by design. These actually were programs that moved from face-to-face to online to be able to expand the growth and reach of our students. And so it's nice to see that the moves that we did with those colleges and the URI Online helped them grow their enrollment. In fact, library information studies and certainly the MPA program had some nice growth this year. The president talked about the importance of us diversifying our revenue and not just looking at undergraduate. And so wanted to share some growth fall 23 to 24 in graduate programs. So master's face-to-face enrollment up 5.9%. Online masters, 21% growth, right? That's a goal of ours, strategic initiative. It's great to see the growth there. PhD was up 7%, professional doctorate was down a little bit, and actually that's an impact on pharmacies' decline nationally in applicants. They've lost over 70,000 national applications to that field. Certificates growth, both, and then again, you can see the tremendous growth online. The goal is to come back every year and to show these numbers growing and growing. This is where the university's goal is, if you remember, to talk about doubling our graduate enrollment. And it's nice to see these factors that are up there. So that is kind of my summary report for today. Again, I will be back later on. Welcome if there's any questions or discussion items on this.
Dean, can you talk a little bit about the shift from in-state to out-of-state? So we were higher out-of-state, and now we seem to be more about 50-50 in-state, out-of-state.
So we had over the years always been way more in-state, and we knew that there's a demographic decline in Rhode Island. Number of high school graduates going to colleges under 10,000, that dropped by several thousand. So we knew that that was going to be happening. This past year, we had COVID and the impact of that with residency. And then this past year, we did see a little bit more in-state. We did better on in-state transfers, including people coming back to the state. We've done some more work with high school dual and concurrent enrollments, expanding support in the high schools that impacts our number as well, certainly on the graduate side. And so we are still, if you noticed, our incoming students are still more out of state by nature of a lot of factors, but the impacts there, Margaret, are everything related to transfers, high school enrollment, some of the growth we had an impact. And I'll be honest with you, the reality of the challenges we had this year with out of state related to FAFSA.
So you think that, I mean, the other, as you noted, the other big thing was we saw more transfers than we've ever seen before.
Yeah.
Is that a blip or is that a trend?
If Deb Suggs was here, she said nothing is a blip. Her team has continued to work and grow. We continue to add and expand our articulation agreements. Over 99% of the classes from the community college transfer. We just added PharmD as a transfer pathway, both in-state and at the community college. So we are driving that to be much more than a blip. The reality, I will say though, with in-state students is many of these in-state students should have started with us on day one. Hope and promise is impacting us. I have a concern with students that we admitted that actually went to us or the community college, went to Rhode Island College. They're not going to transfer back. So I will say, Margaret, that while we are building on programs that we're looking to grow and expand, we have a little headwind that we're going to be facing the next couple of years that we're going to have to figure out. But our goal with that is to always try to look at everything from articulation agreements to programs like Finish What You Started, which were over 600 graduates. We enroll over 150 adults coming back to school. So every time we have headwind, we're trying to bring in different markets. If we could take away some of those state programs and impact URI, we would actually be soaring much higher than what you saw there.
Thank you. Okay, any other questions for Dean? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, next topic is it's going to be Abby Benson. And this is regarding the regulations that we talked about at the last meeting around use of university property. This was sent out to the community on October 25th. It is open for comment until November 15th, and Abby's going to give us an update on where we stand.
You hear me? Yeah. Thank you so much. I want to follow up. The president mentioned a little bit about this in his remarks, but I wanted to share some more detail. As the board may recall, we first brought this regulation concept to the board back in September to discuss, because the board statute actually does empower the board to make regulations and rules for the control and use of university property. And URI had realized that there was a gap, that we didn't have that regulation in place. So we appreciate the feedback we got from the board. Shortly after that, we shared the draft regulation with a number of community groups, including our faculty senate, our student senate, our administrative policy committee, our public safety advisory committee, and also put the regulation out for public comment very deliberately. This was a draft, and we really wanted to be transparent about why we were doing this and what the draft looked like, and that we were open to receive comments. So we have received quite a few comments. Our comments as of November 4th, let's see, we have about 436 substantive comments. Of those, 100 are faculty, staff, 18 comments, about 300 student comments, and then about 10 sort of other and alums. So as you can see, a lot of interest in the regulation. Since we've put it out for comment, we have met with the Faculty Senate, members of the Faculty Senate Executive Committee, and also President Parlange and myself and Vice President Ellen Reynolds attended the Student Senate to talk about the regulations. So we're trying to also engage in dialogue with relevant groups. We are looking to put together an ad hoc committee comprised of faculty, student, and staff representatives to look at the comments that we've received and how we might strengthen the regulation. Our goal is to bring the regulation back to the board for approval at the February meeting. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Can you give us a sense of some of the feedback you're getting?
Yeah, absolutely. So there are about 5 buckets that we're seeing consistently. The first is that the language is vague or overly broad. So that feedback is appreciated. We're always looking for sort of detailed suggestions about how to strengthen it. In part, a regulation tends to be overly broad because there are procedures that follow it that go into detail about how a regulation will be carried out. But we know that we need to look at some of the terminology. There's clearly a concern that this regulation will have an impact on free speech and the ability to protest. I think there is a sense that this is a protest policy. Really, it is a regulation around the control and use of university property to make sure we're protecting our faculty, staff, and students. And we do have language in there very clear that there's no intention to violate any civil liberty. We obviously want to protect academic freedom, free speech. So, but clearly the community is not interpreting it that way. So we need to look at that. I really appreciate the advice and support of General Counsel to make sure that we're really looking at this from sort of a constitutional lens, right? We, as an institution of higher education, this is core to who we are. So we want to make sure that the language is strengthened, so we're not sending a message that is counter to that. We've gotten some concerns about restriction on mobility aids. Some of the language about use of bicycles and scooters, I think, was perceived as that might make it more difficult for students to move around the campus. So I think we can certainly address that. Building access, just some questions about more clarity about public hours for non-residential buildings. And then finally, just generally impact on campus culture and community. As I mentioned earlier, there's a perception about what we're trying to accomplish here and that it could potentially put sort of a chilling effect on the university about the ability to speak and to share opinions and thought. And as I mentioned earlier, that is not our intention, but we clearly hear that and want to make sure we work with our relevant stakeholders to address the concerns.
Good. Any questions? As Abby said, this is something that's on many campuses where and we realized we had a gap, particularly in light of the election and some other events that could occur on campus where we have to be able to protect the property of the university. And there was zero intention of having it inhibit anyone's ability to speak out or, have their views heard. It was really about protecting the property. But I'm glad you're you've had this open for comment, you're listening and reflecting that feedback.
Great, thank you. I failed to mention one other group we have been meeting with our relevant unions. So I know AAUP is represented here today. They've expressed concerns. We've met with several other. And clearly, the enforcement of this will be in line with existing enforcement mechanisms around the student handbook, collective bargaining agreements. So we need to make sure that everybody is clear about that as well. So, yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Abby. Okay, the next item on the agenda is going into executive session. So let's take ourselves into executive session, and then we can take a quick break before we start back with our topics. So may I have a motion that the board convene into executive session pursuant to RIGL 42465A2 for discussion regarding potential litigation, RIGL 42465A7 for discussion and action regarding matters related to the question of the investment of public funds where the premature disclosure would adversely affect the public interest, specifically discussion and action on approval of a contract for enterprise resource planning software, discussion regarding research support from partner organizations, and discussion regarding enrollment and recruitment. Thank you. Armin and Bahid. Is there any discussion? There being no discussion, I'd ask for a voice vote. All in favor, please say yes.
Yes.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Great, the motion carries. We're now going to convene into executive session. It's going to last about 60 minutes, after which we'll convene into open session. The live stream will be paused during executive session. Will resume once it has ended and the board reconvenes into open session. For all those participating via WebEx, please confirm by saying yes that no other person is present and are able to hear the executive session discussion at the remote location.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Oh, I see Robbie's joined us. If you don't automatically move into the breakout session, join the session when prompted on your computer screen by clicking on the Join Now button. Okay, so that's it. Thank you. We're going to go into executive session. I cover everything? Okay, thank you. All right, let's take a quick break and we'll reconvene in about 5 minutes. Okay. First order of business in open session is a motion to seal the executive session minutes. May I have a motion?
Courtney, second.
Thank you. Any discussion? There being no discussion, I'd ask for a voice vote. All in favor, please say yes.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, motion carries. Okay, so first item is reports of the committee chairs. I'm going to go to Courtney on governance, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Governance Committee met on October 21st and had a number of items that we discussed, mainly based on feedback we received from the board through the self-assessment. So a big thanks to everyone who completed that. We talked about that during our board retreat as well, and the Governance Committee is currently continuing on conversations on ways that we can lift up the areas where we've discussed as areas of opportunities of growth for the board to continue our learning and continue best serving the university. So we did talk about the criteria for board members and how we would do nominations this year. Now, keep in mind, the governor is the person who recommends and appoints and allows for or offers for Senate consent for each position. But he is very, he's wonderful in that we work together and he's always asking for recommendations and thoughts on what the board might need. And so the Governance Committee spent some time having that conversation, talking about skills, expertise, and various different things that we think will be valuable to the next class of trustees. Additionally, we had Markeisha Miller share a little bit how we can continue to uplift the amazing faculty and staff and the diversity of our faculty and staff with expertise and various other things. And so we want to continue to integrate that into our work as a board throughout the year. So we have a proposal and we're activating that through. The other thing that we talked about is Alyssa shared on the board, the ongoing board process, the streamlining efforts. I really want to thank Alyssa and all the work she's done to ensure that we are optimizing all of our trustees' time and energy and expertise. And so you will see that the 2025 committee schedule will look different than it did in 2024, and that is a result of that activity and action. We do have one action from the meeting and one recommendation to this board for approval. We did make adjustments to, or recommendations of adjustments to the bylaws. There was a memo in your enclosure that outlines the points of that were made or recommended. Specifically, amendments are consistent with the university manual language, also including updates on titles of individuals who are mentioned in the bylaws. Proposed amendments aligned with university practices, particularly around how appointment of university officers and trustees happen. And then proposed amendments that are consistent with board best practices. We're often looking and referring to things that are happening, best practices through AGB as an example, including presidential succession planning. One of the things that we've noticed is that we've done this now and we've gone through the process and we've learned through it. So all of that is in the enclosure and redlined. So I will stop first and see if there's any questions on the amendments to the bylaws.
I think we're good, Courtney.
All right, great. And do you want to take up the action, Margot?
Okay, so just to be clear, this is not the same as what's in the omnibus, right? Okay, all right.
Yep.
Okay, so may I have a motion that the board approve the amendments to the URI Board of Trustees bylaws as presented?
This is Courtney, so moved.
Second. Thanks, Tilly.
Thanks, Mike. Any discussion? There being no discussion, I ask for a voice vote. All in favor, please say yes.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, the motion carries. Awesome. Thank you, Courtney.
Thank you.
And we're going to take a 10-minute break, grab lunch, and come back. We're a little bit behind and we want to get out on time. So we'll have a working lunch. Thank you. So, yeah, remember your mics are open. We are technically in open session.
So we're
Okay, if we start with Chris, Robbie, are you ready?
Yeah,
Okay.
so the IRCC met, and we had a couple of discussion items and one action item. So I'll start with the discussion items. URI's external auditors, CLA, provided a presentation on the university's fiscal year 24 financial audit and single audit. This year and going forward, the review of the audit will only go to the IRCC, with the Finance Facilities Committee approving the financial statements, unlike previous years when the committees met jointly to discuss and approve. The second discussion item was that the CLA provided a clean, unmodified opinion on the financial statements. There were no material weaknesses or significant deficiencies, and they indicated that URI was well prepared for the audit. CLA also discussed the single audit, a review of federal programs, noting that it was 85 to 90% complete. He stated that the state determines the major programs to audit for a single audit. For fiscal year 2024, the research and economic development clusters was chosen. The last discussion item was Vice President Benson also provided an overview of proposed changes to the IRCC calendar due to the recent recommendations by the Governance Committee to reduce the standing IRCC meetings to 3 per year. And that was the action item. Do you want to take that action item, Madam Chair?
I think we're going to do that in the omnibus.
Okay.
Or do wait, hang on. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's in the omnibus, so we'll take care of it at the end.
Okay. Well, that concludes my report, Madam Chair.
Fantastic. Any questions for Robbie? Okay, let's go to Finance and Facilities. Vahid?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I try to be brief since we are behind time. We had a meeting on October 21st. We had a number of discussions about various items that Abby gave us an update on, including the e-procurement progress that she's making with the Road e-Buy program. Also, the discussions we're having with state behind the scenes around the procurement, and she can update us on that. We did, as one of the action items, we did discuss and approve the audited financial statements to be discussed with the full board also. We also had a good discussion around the item that we discussed in the executive session. And we agreed that it made a lot of sense, the discussion that we went through. We had a discussion around approval on the delegation of authority to the president. She also, we had an action item she'll talk about, a change order to Oracle. And additionally, she did remind us that we're going to be hearing in February around items around regarding tuition and fees schedules is going to come up. With that, I did my brief thing. There's a couple of discussion items, action items that Abby's going to go through, get a little more detail and answer any questions you might have. Thank you. And that's Vice President Abby Benson, sorry.
great.
I was
Thank you.
confused as to who you're referring to.
So I think the first item, if I'm looking at my agenda, is the financial statements. So as he mentioned, I did walk through our FY24 financial statements. The audit itself was discussed in IRCC, but the audited financial statements were presented for approval in the Finance and Facilities Committee. I'll just make a couple of high-level comments. You do have a memo that gives you more detail. Overall, we did receive a clean audit, which is very exciting, and our overall financial position for FY24 saw an increase in net position of $45.56 million. Our operating revenues rose by 3.57%, mostly due to tuition, mandatory fees, housing, and dining fees. Our operating expenses increased by 6%, primarily due to salary increases, including cost of living adjustments and faculty step increases, and increased expenditures on repairs and maintenance and research. The more research dollars that come in, the more expenses we have. We did also receive a significant increase in our general appropriation from the state, which is in our accounting world considered non-operating revenue, but we use it for operating expenses, which was a 15.4% increase to the prior year. So we received $105.4 million from the state. So overall, a positive year. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have, but this is an action item for approval for the board. Okay. If no other questions, the second item is just approval for a contract. So under the policy on approval of an execution of contracts and other binding documents, we do bring any change orders or contracts above $5 million to the board for approval. This was a contract in support of our PeopleSoft database that has not come to the board for a change order since this policy was put in place. So the change order was for an increase that would increase the value of the contract to over 5 million. So we just are seeking approval to follow through with that change order as outlined in the memo you have. I believe that's it.
Is Alyssa over there? Is it appropriate at this point to ask Abby to make a comment on the RFP proposal process for Alton Jones? Can we do that?
We don't have a topic on the agenda for that.
Okay. Maybe you could, could you email the board an update on that? Just so, since we've had a number of people come forward, it'd be good for everybody to just be up to speed on where we are.
I'm happy to do so.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Action items are included in the omnibus.
I have the financial statements here, so I can do that. So may I have a motion that the board approve the university's financial statements ending June 30, 2024 as presented?
Matt Lang, seconded.
Any discussion? There being no discussion, may I ask all those in favor, please say yes.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, that carries. Okay, and I've also got, this is for the Oracle. So are we completed with that discussion? Okay. Any questions on the Oracle contract? Okay, so may I have a motion that the board approve the purchase of services from Oracle America as presented or on substantially the terms in the enclosed documents, that any authorized signatory as defined in policy and approval and execution of contracts and other binding documents be authorized to negotiate the terms of any documents relating to such transactions on substantially the terms in the enclosure with any such changes and additional terms as deemed necessary or appropriate by the authorized signatory.
So moved.
Thank you.
Joe Matthews, second.
Second, Joe. Any discussion? There being no discussion, ask for a voice vote. All in favor, please say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, the motion carries. Thanks, Abby.
Chair, I think in my haste, that there was a brief discussion item also on the agenda that I didn't mention around the delegation of real estate. So I'll just mention it very quickly. There's a requirement that we report to the board on any actions the president takes under his delegation related to real estate. There was one such action since our last meeting, which was a facilities use agreement between the Rhode Island Office of the Post-Secondary Commissioner and URI about using the Rhode Island Nursing Education Center for MBA classes. And that was approved by the State Properties Committee.
Okay, thank you. Comments, questions? All right, let's go to academic affairs. Neil?
Okay, thank you, Chair Cook. The Academic Affairs Committee met on October 22nd. We considered a number of items, one of which will be an action item in the omnibus vote. Two others, one related to our work with research partners and one related to elements of our enrollment management report. We took an executive session as the full board did earlier today. We also had reports, as we always do from our Chief Academic Officer and our Chief Research Officer. I do know our time is limited, so I'll ask Barbara whether she would like to add anything that was not covered in the executive committee or executive session report. And Bethany, perhaps for a very brief summary of where we are with our research funding at this point in the year. So, Barb?
Great, thank you. Just a reminder to folks of where we are in our search process. We have 2 searches underway. We have brought on Parrott Laver to support our search committees to expand our recruitment for the university librarian and for the dean of the College of Environment and Life Sciences. And these committees have met and they are underway. So we're thrilled about that. And then just as a reminder, as you've heard, the Wall Street Journal has named URI as the #1 public flagship university in
7.
All right. Thank you, Barb. That was well done. And Bethany, have you got the eighth mention ready?
I've got the 8th mention running. A couple of points I want to make is that last year our research expenditures were equivalent to the state support we get. So research dollars are really important at the University of Rhode Island. And this year our faculty continue to knock it out of the park. Right now we're at, for fiscal year 2025, at $72.24 million in new awards, being the #1 public university in the region.
Okay. Questions? Any questions for Barbara or Bethany? If not, we have 2 action items. One is the annual approval of the award of honorary degrees to be granted this year by the #1 public university in New England.
Nicely done.
Well, yeah. Well, I've been at this a while, so I also I have a motion that the board approve the awarding of honorary degrees that I'll read in a moment. But perhaps Barb and Mark could remind the Board of Trustees how we arrive at these very important honorees.
Thank you. We do have a committee that meets to review all nominations. All nominations were received and were deliberated by this group of individuals for this. And so from that process, we come up with who we think are appropriate for that recognition by the University of Rhode Island.
Thank you, Barb. So may I have a motion that the board approve the awarding of honorary degrees to the recipients proposed by the Office of the President and the nominating committee?
Charlie Fogarty, so moved.
Courtney, second.
Thank you, Charlie and Courtney. Is there any discussion on the motion? Okay, hearing none, I'll ask for a voice vote. All in favor, please say yes.
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 All opposed? No. Any abstentions? And the approval of this motion is unanimous. The second and last motion is unusual. Our committee took up an item with amendment to the agenda at the outset of the committee for some housekeeping, which would move items, 3 items that currently occur on the academic affairs and research calendar for consideration in January, move those 3 items to the April meeting, at which time the university administration would be better positioned to report to the board. These items all have to do with performance of the institution under various KPIs or other forms of metric that that are linked to the university's strategic plan. So may I have a motion that the board approve amendments to the Academic Affairs and Research Committee calendar as presented?
So moved, Joe Matthews.
Okay. Hear that?
Thank you. I did hear the second, but did not hear from whom. But I did hear the second.
Second was Marie.
Okay, Marie, thank you. And thank you, Joe. Is there any discussion of the motion? Okay, hearing none, I'll ask a voice vote. All in favor, please say yes.
Yes.
All opposed, say no. Any abstentions? All right, then the motion approving change to the Academic Affairs and Research Committee calendar passes. That completes my report.
Thank you, Chair Kerwin. Okay, so the next item is item 8. And we caught up very well on time. Is an omnibus vote. Before proceeding with an omnibus vote to approve the past meeting's minutes and committee recommended action items, are there any action items listed below for which any member has any questions or would like to discuss, oppose, or remove from the omnibus vote to be voted on individually, and they would have been put into your agenda? Okay, so hearing none, may I have an omnibus motion to approve agenda action items 8A through 8D as recommended and presented. And just as a reminder, they are 8A is approval of the minutes. 8B is approval of the amendments to the Institutional Risk and Compliance Committee calendar that Robbie went through. 8C is approval of the awarding of undergraduate and graduate degrees, which I think we just approved, but we can approve again. And the Governance Committee approval of amendments to the Governance Committee calendar. So those are the 4 items. So may I have a motion? Joe? Vahid, a second. Any discussion on the motion? There being no discussion, I ask for a voice vote. All in favor, please say yes.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, the motion carries. All right, well, the last item is adjournment, but we have 2 more times to say that URI is the #1 institution, public university in New England. So Mark, you got to say it one more time.
Well, I do want to thank Joanne, Michelle for the cupcakes to also celebrate the Yes on 2 campaign. Again, warm thank you to all the voters in Rhode Island for supporting the #1 research university in New England. Yeah.
Maria, do you have a comment? No, okay. All right. We're gonna get to 10, don't worry. I have a plan. May I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion.
Second. All right, all in favor, please say yes.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, the motion carries, and the next meeting of the URI Board of Trustees will be held virtually on Thursday, February 13th, 2025 for the #1 university, public university in New England. Here, here.
Well done.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Courtney, and
Bye.
thanks for participating and all of you online, and we'll see you virtually in February.
Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Happy New Year. Happy holidays.
Yeah.